in economic development, and law enforcement can go. And
I think what our focus is at this point is we're going to look at each request and decide what our tolerance is if we were to fund it. There's some of them here, I'm going to say, no, I'm not willing to fund it. That might knock them out. If we're over 750, we're going to figure out where we're going to peel it back.
This is your first.
second, I was on the second. Yeah, because you know, for me, on my perspective, I'm looking at, okay, where's our mission? Is it try to pollinate everything and benefit everything? Or is it, hey, are we going to focus on law enforcement this time? Or are we going to focus on education? Are we going to focus on infrastructure?
I think, so for me, my focus really is on phase 2 and phase 3 type projects.
Okay.
That's my own personal focus. Whatever you guys are focusing on, that's your tolerance.
Right.
So, although I did score everybody fairly, just like the last one I told you, it actually scored pretty low, but I think there was overriding mitigating factors that brought it to being worthy of funding. So I think what we'll do is we'll go through these and see where we are tolerance wise for each one. So at this point, we're on world champion, and the conversation is, do we strip the excavator or do we leave it in?
I'm for stripping the excavator and promoting the development of the site. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I as well.
With the emphasis on come back with a phase 2.
Correct.
Right.
Yep, absolutely.
How about our folks on the internet?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, you guys have any input? Doesn't sound like they do.
Chair.
Yeah, I'm following along, but pretty much going along with what's been said.
Okay,
Part of the sidebar, I just saw a few discrepancies with my actual score and what was notated on the scorecard. So part of the sidebar, I just want to let you know what I'm doing here. So
okay. Are you following along close enough? Understand what we're talking about?
yes,
You're good. at
excavator,
stripping the
yes.
Excavator? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question. Nikhil, will it impact the rankings?
No, we're not changing anything.
Okay, so it doesn't impact any ranking.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's.
Okay, then let's talk about,
So how much are we, I just wanted to kind of keep track of it. So
that was taking 75,000
out of the 205,
right. That's
Yeah, I'm trying to find it to get the exact amount.
That's what Nikhil should be doing right now, but that's all right.
And I see I've got 59.7.
Okay, so then the next one is ride safe, ride smart.
That's all we had our question. Right after BLM OHV education, before NXT media.
It's after NXT on this one, 15. Okay, shall we wait for you, Nikhil?
I think the majority of these are correct, and they're not changing our rankings.
I think that was the outlier. I mean, those were just so off that I had to bring it to your attention.
Okay.
If I see
Wait,
anything else, I'll let you know.
Commissioner Ravago, are there any others that are jumping out at you?
You know, I don't want to hold up I think the grand scheme of things, I don't think it changes much, but if I see something that's egregious, I'll let you know. Okay, but that was happening. It was a big discrepancy, so I want to bring it to your attention.
That's right. Okay, last I heard that we were still deliberating on City of Mesquite.
We're gonna take the 75,000 for the excavator out of that request.
Nikhil,
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah, Commissioner.
Commissioner Adams, I've got a warning across the top of the screen that says 5 minutes left in your meeting. Is the meeting slot timing out? We have to reset?
I don't think it will. I can amend it within the 5 minutes. I don't think it kicks us off though.
so Mr.
You
Chair,
don't think, okay, I'll rejoin on the phone if that does take me out on it, but just a point of information.
Commissioner, you have a question?
I do. If you go to the Mesquite grant, they have 7 items that they're requesting. Just for the record, I agree with item number 1, which would be the precast building for the restrooms, which is 50,000. I agree with item number 2, which would be the fencing for the facility with cables, which is 15,000.
What page you on?
It is 8 of 3 of their application.
Okay,
I agree with item number 3, which is light poles and work to be completed, which is part of the security aspect. That's for 25,000. And I also agree with the security poles and the camera and the information kiosk, which is item number 4. And I will, in my recommendation, I exclude item number 5 and item number 6. Item number 5 is the trailer and groomer.
so that's another 15. Yeah, if
Yeah.
they're not buying an excavator, they don't need the
Trailer.
trailer.
And then the field density test report, I'm not 100% sure on that, if that's just for the compaction for that bathroom and that building. Maybe they need that, or for the parking area to make sure the soils are okay.
I would,
I would leave that item. And if it's not needed because it's associated with something else, they can just put the money back
okay,
into us. So item number 7, field density and test report, I would leave, sir.
so 5 and 6 are out. 7 is pending clarification whether that's for the trailhead or the trail work.
Yes, or the parking lot area, yes.
Right. Good catch there. Okay, so
Was that grant reduced more than 75,000?
Yeah, it would be by 90,000,
yes,
with 5,000 being contingent, thank you. It's getting late.
okay, I know we had a bit of a sidebar there. I want to point out, we have been at this for 30 minutes and we've accomplished 2 grants.
But we've also only have $519,000 left to get.
Yeah.
I get it. Okay, so we're good on world champion. All right, let's move on to ride safe, ride smart. Anybody have any thoughts or considerations on that? So that scored quite high for me. That's on my yes column. I really saw just 2 glaring deficiencies for me, and that was it doesn't meet number 5, the connectivity on loops, and it doesn't meet the trail mapping, and it's a little short on providing access, and short on identifying how it impacts the demand for new facilities and such. But other than that, it's worked pretty well.
I think that Outdoor Schools does a great job. They work hard. This is a 2-year grant, so I don't know whether we would need to fund the whole thing or let them come back in 6 months or what. When we have more.
There does seem to be some kind of overlap, cross-pollination on stuff they do. So it's a pleasure of the board, or the commission, actually.
I had it as wonderful. Scored pretty high. Like we do.
Okay,
I see.
so you fellas there on the internet, if you think we're forgetting you, just shout out. Cause we're getting kind of tired over here, probably you are too. Okay, so at this point then, I guess that's full funding for that request.
I want to go back to, I think it was Commissioner Glenn's question. Is this for 2 years?
Mhm.
If we were to split this in half, the 134, and then ask them to come back in 6 months or a year next year, is that something that
I think that
we could?
$75,000 of this is for that truck and trailer. So it's equipment. The other 75 is their staff salaries.
Okay. And I think that truck is going to be a little light. We did talk about that. So I'm just looking at, I'm just trying to get as much money out to different people as
Well,
possible.
what I want to do right now is go through these and understand what our tolerance is for each one. We'll worry about that
Okay. So, I mean, from,
maximum payout later. I mean, obviously, we're gonna be over the 750, so I don't want to start making decisions based on that at this point. What's our tolerance? What really are our priorities as we go through here? We got 17 more to do. Okay, so
okay.
unless we have an overriding thing like that excavator, we'll do that after we decide that really rises to the top. We can't get there, or cut somebody else or cut it
So I guess full funding then.
for now. NXT Media. 13. Gosh dang. I have some thoughts on that. I really think that this whole program is getting overblown. You know, this all started as marketing, a website type of operation based on that it really doesn't do anything to enhance or maintain existing trails, training. It's all really pretty low key on that stuff. I think we need to parse this back. Like, for instance, not interested in $27,000 for trail cleanup. We need to get this project back into doing the media work. Strip out all that other stuff that she's talking about. So, for me, I'm not real sure what her budget says.
Well, she said she was fully funded for this year.
For 23. Right. So. Where is her budget?
It
Right,
is,
so. That's literally 70,000 out of the ask. Right?
Cleanups?
Huh?
Removing the cleanup stuff?
For 20.
Removing all of 23, $70,000 just for 23.
That confuses me.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Why is that? Well, no, she's fully funded for 23. She's looking for 20.
additional, no, she was looking for additional for 23 and something for 24.
Additional for 23.
Yeah. But I thought we had a long time ago decided that billboards weren't great.
I definitely, that definitely resonates with me because we had a bit of a discussion on billboards.
It wasn't a
For
long
sure.
time ago, it was almost 1 year ago exactly, where this project was funded $140,000 and for 2 years of marketing. And in April, the grant recipients came back with a revised budget that gave MXTV $140,000 for 2 years. And the change this year is the applicant wants to add all of that like local law enforcement advertising that would be used in 23. And the website and radio advertising, that kind of stuff should be right now covered in 20 with her last year's budget. But I'm trying to pull up what we have named on that grant.
Right, and I really didn't see a plan for this law enforcement local advertising.
It seemed more like it was just like, if they call me, maybe I'll build something for them.
Or I'll go ask them if they want me to.
Right.
Right. So for me,
The applicant does her due diligence. She does the outreach and goes to different meetings. She's hosting a registration drive on January 20th. But it's mainly, we leaned mainly on NXT Media to do our print and digital media marketing.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way it looks.
Yeah.
I would agree with Chair that probably need to get that focused on the website and social media campaigns and things like that.
I second that, Commissioner Glenn. There's so much opportunity that doesn't cost anything in the area of social. Commissioner Sparrow and his endeavors is a good example of getting content out there that doesn't cost you anything at all. So I'd like to see her, again, enhance what she's doing now. The cohesion with the brand is good. The outreach is good. There is a registration drive coming up on the 21st that I may be popping into, and just really get it clear on social and some of the less costs.
yeah, so it looks like we can strip out the 27,000 for the trail cleanup and 50,000 for local law enforcement. And the 40,000 for the billboard. So then that will leave us at, so there's 64,000. That takes 64,000 out of the 23 actions. Leaves us with 1,900. For 23.
So are you referencing page 9, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Okay. So you're gonna leave project management, public outreach, and graphic design, and remove the rest.
Wouldn't project management be for the rest because she's already funded to do the social stuff?
right, I think that's the 10%.
I'm not sure, because there's a component. She's gonna be continuing to do some type of work in 2023.
But didn't she fund it to do that work already?
Yeah, there's about $45,000 remaining on that grant that can be spent on print media, digital, and now ads.
45 remaining,
$45,000 remaining.
oh, so she doesn't need anything for 23.
That's accurate. I think during the presentation, she mentioned that she's going to use 23 funding for the local law enforcement outreach.
Oh,
which is line item number 8,
I think
Right.
so.
which is 25,000.
and 25 for 2024. So that's, is that what we want to do? Zero out 23 and then zero out in 24, the trail cleanups, the billboards, and the law enforcement advertising.
But didn't she only ask for 117?
That's what,
Like when I'm looking at the very front page,
117,500 is her.
yeah, 117.5 is her ask.
that was malfunction I asked her about. She said 117 on the front page, but she's over here on page 9 at 182,000.
Oh, okay. Well, I think I need more clarification on this thing then, because I'm confused, so I don't want to sound.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would like to just tell this applicant that they can apply the next round because of the confusion, and since they have enough money in there,
Finish up
Sure.
23.
yeah,
Okay.
they can reapply.
Okay. How about the internet folks? Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that sounds good to me, Commissioner Parks.
Oh, yeah.
He is there.
I've been silent for so long, I forgot how to hit the button.
Well, what'd you get done today?
Okay, moving on to MXT. That's a good call there. And we are now going to look at off-road from to Tonopah. That is number 12.
I'm not familiar with the area, so I'd have to. I mean, I would say fully fund it, but I'm not familiar with the area.
And this is the cattle guard.
Yeah.
Yes. It is on my list as agreeable funding. You know, it misses the mark on about half of them, but does fairly well on the rest. And I think, you know, honestly, I have to say, it's more of a convenience arrangement than it is a safety thing. Again, I drive that road quite a lot. I know what's there. I've looked at it pretty close on the Google Maps and the assessor's map, and it's more of a convenience thing in my mind, but it's a pretty minimal cost. And I like to blow through a cattle guard, and I have to stop and open the gate.
Nice. There was the NDOT discussion. Letter of support, right, from NDOT.
I thought Commissioner Adams said that there was support, or that he had already spoken with.
They have support and a good, yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Adams, I emailed that to Nikhil this afternoon.
Oh,
Sorry, Commissioner, I probably saw it, but kept scrolling.
so there is a letter of support from NDOT to put in a cattle guard there?
Well, it's a permit. It's an encroachment permit.
Commissioner Adams, how soon would the project be done? Dollars?
Would be a matter of weeks, maybe months at the worst, that it could be done very quickly. It's a one-day job. It's just a matter of paying for the material, and after it's ordered, the material coming, which that can be a problem. I don't think it will be in this case. They've pretty much let them know that they're available and they want it. So, and it is a safety issue because something that both Nye County Sheriffs and BLM dispatch regularly get is open gate calls. So somebody, I don't know why they could take the time to make a phone call while they're driving, and they could just stop and close the gate. But
Not my favorite.
but what happens is when there's groups of people going across, somebody opens it, the three people behind him go through, and the last guy's supposed to close the gate, but he doesn't. Or he sees some people coming behind him and assumes that they'll close it, and
We get it.
they get left open.
Understand gate.
We just wanted to make sure, Nikhil had that letter, it was up on the screen, looked all pretty official. I didn't see any, it looked like it was the right location and all that, so, paperwork is in hand, and I'm ready to fund this one. I guess I have to assume, when construction takes place, it will be both sides of the road at the same time. We're just funding.
Yeah, they'll do both.
Okay,
Yeah.
That only makes sense.
yeah,
Now you go.
okay, are we all good?
Yeah, good. Fully
Yeah, I
funded.
support-
My,
Yeah,
is my opinion, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so do I.
we're building a new spot to jump the highway.
perfect.
$9 there.
Let's go.
Wilson Canyon BLM. Let's see, that is 20. I think, with this, my sensitivity towards continued funding on returning for phase 2, phase 3 type stuff. I think I'm good with funding this one. I don't really see any extras in there that need to be stripped out.
I have nothing more to add. I agree.
Nothing for me. Nikhil, that's where my score was.
It was off a little bit there, yeah.
Okay, so that
was
was
awesome.
also on my funding. Are we good? Okay, let's move on to South Dry Valley. Anybody have any comments on that one?
Technically, this would be kind of an extension also, phase 2.
Right.
We're looking at about 10 miles. We'll be able to have of trails maintained or rehabilitated.
The one thing that was bothersome to me was, well, we think we have 10 miles. We haven't identified it yet. If we still have money after 10 miles, we'll keep going. I get it when you're looking at 49,000 acres, is it up there? Or 149?
I
Whatever
thought
it
it
is.
was 80 acres that he was looking at, 82 acres total area in that particular that he had mapped out in his presentation.
Hmm,
So he was looking at about doing 12% this year.
yeah. So, this one, I'm good to go with the way it is. You said you need more information on some stuff?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Oh, I needed more information on how to find it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my numbering system's different. I started this as soon as the grants were posted on the website. And so now somebody jumbled them up. So I'm on a different numbering system than you guys are.
I guess the only thing that a little bit concerned with is that, we're gonna be spending money to train. I mean, wouldn't it be better just to have single track go in and do the work? Than, I mean, than have them train GBI to do the work that those guys might leave. I mean, that's just a thought.
Yeah, that's a pretty big dollar. What was that, 10,000?
There's 100, yeah, it's 10,000 and single track's 133,000 total.
10,000 for training. Yeah, 170,000 for maybe 10 miles.
So you want to take the training out? I mean, really, our training is about OHV safety. It's about, put on your goggles and information about being registered and that sort of thing. So,
Training employees.
I mean, I think it was a stretch for that off-road to be teaching CPR. It's a little bit of a stretch on the off-road.
Silver State
Silver
Police
State.
Medics.
Yeah.
They've got a certified CPR trainer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what they do.
I mean, it's a little stretch to make that fit. our
Oh,
OHV
they don't.
money. But this, I think you're right, now that you bring it up, the training.
I'd rather have them train that field maintenance or that field gal and her assistant than, I mean,
In the GBI.
yeah. Then I mean, at least she knows how to run it. She was certified, she could possibly train somebody else, or I don't know if that would even work,
Well, isn't that what they're doing, Commissioner? I thought they were bringing somebody in out of Colorado who will train people on how to maintain trails and maintenances.
May, and
I
maybe,
understood that, there's specific ways to, what's a proper way to maintain a trail or a better way.
okay,
The
And
training was to run the machine.
that's what I thought it was too.
my understanding, it was how you build trails and maintain trails and roads.
No, I think we're paying for single track trails to teach us how to operate, or teach the Great Basin Institute how to operate that little trail dozer. Because we've been asking for mechanized equipment operators and buying mechanized equipment, but
Okay.
having nobody to operate it.
Then I misunderstood that. I thought it was specific training for trails, not just an
For trail
equipment.
building,
Yeah, for trail building, thank you.
Okay.
And maintenance, because I think there is a specific skill set that goes along with that.
sure.
But I do agree, we can save 10,000.
This project is
Training.
also phase 2 of a project that was awarded in 2022 summer. $68,000 was given for Dry Valley Phase 1. But the presenter mentioned that today they're going to use all of the funding in one fell swoop.
Yeah, because they haven't done. the
We
first
haven't
one.
done anything phase 1.
Just weather or whatever.
So the training component was for NCC staff and crew members and SWECO operations. NCC staff, who's NCC?
Nevada Conservation Corps. So
Yeah. So? What's the answer? Get in or out?
I guess leave it in.
Phase two.
I mean, you did say we're having trouble actually getting operators and you took one of them things over, you're in trouble. So some training might be worth it. Okay, we're gonna leave it alone then?
Good with that.
Okay. Where are we at? Elko Motocross. So this is another one that didn't score well with me, particularly because there is, as you said today, it's just not open writing on public lands. The only reason it even passes with me is because it is on Elko County, and it is more or less sort of mostly open to the public. And it's phase two. So I don't know that we need to buy another piece of equipment. If they have that much cooperation with the city and county of Elko. Or borrow.
I think Commissioner Glenn knows most about this site and how to build a track.
Well, yeah, I think the main thing that they really, because they can come back, right?
Right.
So I think the main thing that they really need is the water line and, some power out there. Maybe not the NV Energy power, but maybe like the light plant or whatever, and then the building or a Connex, the ability to buy storage building or build a Connex. I mean, they have, it's hard because there hasn't been a race yet out there. And so I could see where, that you might be looking at or wondering what's going on with it, but they have done an incredible amount of work. I mean, and to get the amount of buy-in that they've gotten from, just because I've helped them get, make some contacts and figure out how to get some of those different things. And the gravel, just the amount of gravel that those guys hauled into that area was unbelievable. So,
Can they do the finish work without that third piece of equipment?
yes.
You do finish.
Yeah, I think so. Cause that's more once the racing starts, and I don't want to step on Jeff's toe. And I would think Matthew could probably speak to it more than me, cause he's the one who probably helped him and Jeff were working hand in hand. I don't want to, I'm just giving my 2 cents.
So they do have the grader that's donated. So what we're really talking about is a rental on the excavator,
Oh,
right?
yeah, I would think that they would need that excavator to get.
The water line, 100% they need an excavator to dig. If we fund the water line, we have to fund the rental at least for the excavator. In my opinion.
And I did misspeak earlier. I said buy an excavator.
They're,
It's rental.
yeah, they're renting an excavator, looking to buy a Kubota tractor. To me would be, till under maintenance once practice and races are there. That would become a critical machine. They are, a couple items in here. Back for operating costs for the dozer we bought.
Right.
Water
Are
line.
we good with this one then?
Do we want to do the exclusions now, or just we would fund it, but come back and break it
Well,
up?
I mean,
Let's make
what
it.
I'm looking at for now is if it's just really extra stuff they don't need. Right, so if it's needed, we'll put it in there, and we'll come back later and start stripping when we're over budget.
Are we confident, or Commissioner Glenn, are you confident that they'll get the water rights or what they were talking about from the city of Elko or from Elko County to actually use the water line?
Yes, because there's already been, I mean, they already had an agreement with Elko County and city of Elko already has it. I mean, it's all but there.
There's surface water rights too.
If I remember correct, you know what, I don't know.
Okay, or groundwater.
Yeah. They have some kind of water right.
So from my recollection, they gave up their 5
Acre feet.
acre feet of water that they were gonna utilize out of their well, and they traded it,
Okay, so they're groundwater.
Yeah.
Perfect.
to my understanding.
I can tell you that they have a lot, they have very good backing community-wide, and they have backing from the county commission, the parks, the recreation director at the county level, and the city of Elko also. So,
Great partnerships.
yeah, they have a very good partnership with those guys. I mean,
Okay.
good enough to where the city gave them that grader.
Alright,
So,
we'll let this one roll through for now.
we're now over budget.
Yeah.
What's that?
I said we're now over budget.
Yeah. We're on number 8, so we're gonna be over budget. Kokopelli road signs.
I have Kokopelli as number 9. Did I have misprint on that?
That's number 9.
I don't,
Is 8?
they're not numbered, but I see it above. I have it at number 14 on the spreadsheet.
Yeah, it's line number 14.
Right, but as far as rank, I believe is.
Oh, yeah, it's number 9.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're
Okay,
starting at the bottom.
yeah, one, I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I like it. Yes.
The one question I did have, and maybe this is for you, Nikhil, the signage for the Carsonites that they're putting in, is that just standard or specific for the area down in Virgin Valley and Clark County? Or is that a template that we can use, whether it's an Elko or Washoe or?
I think it would depend on the land manager. So it's a BLM template
I gotcha.
that would be the same up here. But it's likely different than the Carsonites you'd find on Forest Service land.
Okay.
The materials are probably the same, the sign and the,
Yeah, I'm just looking at the standard signage. I thought that was, I really liked,
I think
having
that,
it in the description and having the arrows on the front and back. I thought that was very helpful in having
Yeah.
the name versus just a number.
that's awesome, yeah, and it extends only in the area where those projects are active right now.
Time for funding it.
Right, and it's phase 2 funding, right?
Mhm.
There, yeah, I'm not to get particular. It looks like they've accounted for rental rates for their own vehicles to go do
Right.
the work. That is understandable, and meals and travel.
I mean, at what point do you cease being a volunteer operation? Right?
That's a permanent volunteer.
Yeah.
I don't get that for my club.
The mystery acronym, do you think that is a reasonable amount? ICAP
10%.
3756.
Isn't that the standard?
Yeah, that's, in my world, that's standard.
Yeah,
You just might have used the wrong acronym for it.
yeah.
I would,
Couldn't find it.
or just put contingency or incidentals, but, the signs and the trailer and the GPS, I'm fine with that.
So what are the extras you want to take out? mean, a cooler for food and drinks, $250.
They're about a good one. Terrible.
I mean.
I like
So along their machines, are you, is towing vehicle expense, is that along the same line? Is
Yeah,
they're renting them?
you know, like I said, when do you cease being a
Yeah.
volunteer?
I have a hard time with those expenses. Like, I get it. If you're out there a lot and doing it, phase two, like, yes, it does add up and it is an expense, but, also,
I know it's a minor point, but our club, we have a spot as a, the emergency beacon, and it's $329 expense. As an organized club, that's kind of standard, we have one. So,
Well, yeah, but that's a kind of like a safety issue that, right, it's an ongoing cost, you don't use it for your personal travels during the day to go to the grocery store and stuff, right? I mean, I don't know if these guys are, and gals, are driving purpose-built vehicles that are not street licensed, but if they're street licensed, I really don't see the whole renting it out stuff.
10,000 of this is a quit, like 4,800 for the UTV rental for 32 days. And then that's in a whole other section, and the bottom expenses for towing vehicle, 4 vehicles, 8 days, meals per day, like, is this area they're working in a long ways away? Like, is it not their local club area, they get hotels and stuff? Like, I don't understand that.
is it for the Conservation Corps?
Labor maybe?
The travel and lodging. So our mandate is you need to be, I think it's 60 miles or 80 miles from your residence or place of business before you can start claiming any type of travel expenses. And that's the same that the commission's privy to. For these projects, that's exactly how we'll manage it as well. You claim the travel expenses when you're traveling for a project or staying overnight for a project. This one takes place in like Goldfield, so I don't know why there's like hotel per diems in that area.
I didn't catch on that, which I filled in with him, but.
What he has accounted for, when I was talking to the Coca-Cola Club before the strains came in, is they were concerned about the wear and tear on their vehicles off highway and using their side-by-sides and stuff, and being reimbursed 62 cents per mile. So they included the rental rates for their OHVs on there.
So mileage and rental.
So the mileage, I think, is for the tow vehicles
Oh,
at 62 cents per mile.
I got you.
58.
So they're worried about wearing out their vehicles as they go out there to work on the trail. But they're not worried about turning it upside down if they get sideways on a rock pile, because they are a 4-wheel drive club.
Maybe they are worried.
This isn't the 4x4, is.
No, this is a
No,
four.
this is the ATV club. It's not Vegas Valley four-wheelers.
Oh, Vegas Valley 4-wheelers is the, oh, okay, I'm sorry,
That's upcoming.
okay.
Basically, we are reimbursing them for their time and their equipment and buying signs
So,
to maintain the trail.
so when do you quit being a volunteer?
Do they, let me look at the match funds. Do they have match funds as volunteer hours?
They
Probably.
do 11 too.
Volunteer donated will be out there too.
Yeah. And then also 11 too for volunteering.
And is that a 29, is that a $30 an hour job to put fence posts in the ground?
Government? Maybe.
Depends on what time of the year you're doing it. July? Yep.
So like, yeah, I like the signage. I like the first part of the project. What he's done has been great. The trailer.
Did they do all this in the first grant?
This club has been coming back to us for funding at least since 2018. They completed the Lincoln County grant really well. They did not complete another grant because the project was done through the energy company or somebody else.
No, I mean, all of this
Extra
travel
stuff.
and reimbursement, UTV rental and all that stuff. Or is this
What's
new?
the question?
Is this
Hey,
grant
just all this reimbursement, travel stuff and everything, food and coolers in the previous grants?
No, it builds up based on what they need. So I think the first grant they asked for that, the trailer, the UTV trailer that you showed, so they could truck everything around. It looks like this one, it's some of these, comforts.
I would be in favor of funding part of this. The kiosks. Most people have some kind of a spot or a phone that you can get through there. I don't know if we need a GPS and all that and all the stuff that goes along with that if we got the along
Spot
with
only
the
protects the registered user. It doesn't protect, right, the whole.
Yeah, there's somebody down in my group.
Right.
Oh, really?
Like, so it's tied to the subscriber.
But if I'm in a group and you go down, you say there's a problem here, right?
Yes, no argument there.
I mean, I've only used it as a solo. So. I mean, they're not gonna argue when they show up.
You know, I'd rather be alive and have a bill than.
Right.
Be dead.
Right.
Commissioner, I think it's a really good program. In lieu of time and us still going through, I would like to recommend that we look at funding it all and then come back and cut.
Okay,
Maybe set them at a dollar amount.
okay,
Thanks.
okay. And so then we're gonna move on to Story County. TDS.
This one did not score well with me.
Me either. Based on, as I questioned him, so much of his language is outside of 490. If he understands it, doesn't portray that with what he's saying he's gonna do. I mean, I can't. So much of what he wants to do is, I know he said he's gonna be in every parade, which is a couple of times a month up there, but that county is so mixed up on private property and federal property and great unknown about who really owns what. I don't see him being able to be in compliance. To be honest with you.
Part of this grant was funding, request for funding for his officers to get training. I think that looking back on what we did with Carson City, buying equipment before the officers went through training, it's not the right thing to do. Maybe we should buy the training, get the officer trained, see what kind of citations are issued in the next 6 months, because he's a new sheriff. And then you can buy the OHV.
Didn't we disallow that Mike Johnson school before, because somebody local?
Is there another out-of-state quote in here, or was this Jimmy Lewis's OHV course in Peru? Because that's
Oh,
what the
that's
person's
in,
saying.
they were
Rick
going to in Northern California before. This one's in Pahrump.
Which one is,
This
Which
is
one is
Rick
it?
Johnson.
that's Rick Johnson?
Rick Johnson.
Is that local to here or?
No, that might be in California. But we can recommend that they take a local course.
Nikhil, just for clarification, they do not have any UTVs.
Right now, we have not awarded Story County any OHV grants.
And I don't think they have anything they purchased in-house either.
I can't speak for that.
I've never seen a OHV marked up as a Story County sheriff. I had a hard time finding an actual website for the deal. It's all about, almost everything you see is racing days. And now as I'm looking at that, almost everything they talk about, I don't see anything in dirt.
So the next 3 grants are all law enforcement: Las Vegas Metro, BLM, LEs, and Story County Sheriff. They all rank really close to each other, but the equipment spread is from 47,000 to 77,000. That's a large spread. Maybe just give everybody 50,000.
We should make them get together and buy a bulk.
Give
Get a raise, yeah.
A little off topic, I just quickly turning into the equipment supplying.
Yeah.
Committee for the state of Nevada. I don't know how to get away from it. I don't know if that's our mission, but
Cut all of the equipment and fund the studies and training first. Like, I tried going out to buy a dirt bike before I knew how to ride one, and I crashed it. And so then I went back and took training until I knew how to ride one, and then I got a basic one.
Yes. I've been upside down more than once. I don't get along with 2 wheels very well at all. So we haven't done that in the past. Can we do it now?
Do what?
Tell them to go get training before we buy them a
I think
machine.
you can fund whatever you want as long as it's accounted for in the grant application.
And frankly, for me, with this one, you read that application, it's a mess.
Yeah, what about Commissioner Parks? Isn't he the rep for or no, he's not, he's for ranching, never mind. He's just, was it?
Kevin Malone.
Kevin Malone's
He's not
it.
here. So.
Commissioner Parks, Kevin would be really good to answer that. I have a little bit of knowledge with the law enforcement stuff. I didn't read that grant all the way through. I've been listening all day. I apologize to the commission for not being there. I had a lot of damage to my own ranch, so I've been running circles. I've been half on the phone and half on my iPad all day. But I agree that if it's a new project, that they need to show us something, show us a little better reason for doing it. You know, I didn't see any partnerships or anything like that. All I saw is give me some side-by-sides because this town's full of side-by-sides. Am I wrong?
No, that's the way I felt on all 3 of those, but
And then I'm probably wrong here, but I have a hard time funding federal agencies. So the BLM one's kind of, I don't know, that just bothers me a little bit. And I guess we'll look at the the other one when it comes up, but that's my opinion on those.
Commissioner
Yeah.
Vago, I'm sorry, I haven't been with the commission that long, but have we, in the last grant round, did we fund any UTVs to law enforcement agencies? Just kind of want to recollect what thought process we put into it last time, if I was a party to it, or.
I,
Fire station down south?
no, we didn't do that one, even though we wanted to, because it was search and rescue.
Oh.
And then they must have found something somewhere, I thought. But somebody said they got, that Moapa Valley got something from someone.
The reference today was with Las Vegas Metro Police Department,
Right.
and we gave them funding to do patrols in the
Northeast Command area.
and it was for the Overton Area Command.
Right.
Or Milwaukee.
We did fund that? I thought
We did fund that, yes,
For overtime, but no
but
equipment.
no equipment.
Okay.
Oh,
Now I
you know, again, I'm not confident that this grant is gonna go the direction that it's supposed to go. At this point. Just not. Huh?
T-shirts, hoodies, canopy, that's what I'm seeing, a lot of the budget.
Yeah. Little giveaways at the parades, that sort of thing.
Parades.
What's that?
Laws parade.
Ton of. I don't know.
I gotta go down on this. I like the training aspect, but yeah, that is a California-based school, which is there one in Nevada. I know there's a great motocross coach in Reno. I think his name though.
Regulus.
So is that what you want to do? Fund the training and nothing else?
Well, I have a question, and I know we're not picking and choosing programs, but we talk about we need more registration, we need to make sure, you know, our revenues are going up and people are complying with the law. This is a partnership. One of the issues has been the lack of enforcement. And we now have law enforcement coming and saying, okay, we're here trying to participate. Now, I'm not here to argue the merits of 490. I'm just saying, is this, you know, something we want to support and reach out with law enforcement? And I agree with Commissioner Parks. I don't like the fact that these sheriff departments think that we're their piggy bank to fund these programs, especially the BLM. They have a lot more money than our little grant program. But if we want to have a partner in increasing registrations and enforcing the fact that some of our own residents don't comply, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out.
Right. I mean, that's part of
Commissioner.
what we have to do is checking registrations and pushing that whole thing. So do we want to fund all of it except the machine and associated equipment for the machine?
Let me interject this, Commissioner Parks again. I think that was always a high criteria when we funded any law enforcement in the past. They usually came to us with a plan, and they showed that they were going to do registration drives and they were going to partner with local OHV clubs. So law enforcement was doing the same thing the other people were doing, showing us, you know, kind of the plan that they had. And it was based around getting more registrations and things like that. And then the the enforcement aspect of it was always secondary. And I think that's what some of these guys have lost sight of, is they think they're going to get a UTV and just go out and do enforcement. Well, our being a law enforcement officer and having done that and still doing it, I see their side of it, but I also see the side of the OHV user who is going to be very upset when we buy a $40,000 UTV that gets him a ticket, you know, from some BLM ranger too. So it's kind of a double-edged sword. We have to look at both sides of it, and it has to be like a proactive thing, not so much just enforcement, if that makes sense. So they would need to come to us with a better plan, I guess. And that's the Story County one doesn't show me anything. Other law enforcement agencies have shown a whole different aspect to it. And they brought up the registration drives and the safety, you know, being partnered with these other groups that are doing safety things. If they show up with that side by side, as say it's my agency, Douglas County, and they're there supporting that off-road group while they're doing a cleanup, or, you know, there's other things that they need to be doing to have us buy that for them, I guess.
Okay. So that's really, you know, what I saw, why it scored so low. There's really no plan. So we good? No funding for this one? Fix your plan,
Picture plan.
convince us that you're actually gonna do, that you do have a plan, and you're gonna do it. Okay. All right. Let's move on to let's close this. The BLM Education and Safety 13.
Same thing. Fix
You know,
it.
District 1 is getting close.
Will we have quorum if I have to?
I will still have a quorum. You can call in.
I can Uber.
Participate.
I don't think you will. And we'll just put it on speakerphone and drive on.
We have a little bit of time.
Okay.
You said
15, 20.
run to the gate. These aren't one-day meetings.
Who are we? An hour and a half in, we're half done? Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can come to a conclusion a little quicker. I scored this one pretty well. It's not necessarily on my high end of what I think is super important, but it scored pretty well.
BLM Southern Nevada getting OHV.
Any other comments?
Oh, Mr. Chair, I'm just going to reiterate my comments. I agree with Commissioner Park. I'm not really in favor of us supporting the BLM on this one. And they need to come back with a better program. And we apply that with the law enforcement. We're buying their equipment.
Honestly, some of this,
In my notes, I put patrolling.
Yeah.
Is this a patrolling grant?
Yeah.
I can't open it to read it again, but that was my note, is can we fund this? It sounds like a grant patrol.
Right.
right? Right, that's where I asked him for clarification on 1, 2, 3, 4 different variations of what sort of patrols he was doing.
Right.
I
And
think
again, their mind is focused on,
it's the best
we're gonna
route.
go catch the bad guys, and in the meantime, we might see registration. Needs to be the other way around,
Claire said something about Matt.
okay? So are we good then? No funding on that one?
No, come back with a plan, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did that put us back in budget?
No.
Yeah, I have a lot of questions on that. Okay, the Metro. Las Vegas Metro. Any comments? Anybody want to chime in?
Mr. Chair, I will go ahead and reiterate the last statement. Come back with a better plan from the law enforcement side. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for the educational component to help promote the program. So I would recommend, because this also includes the purchase of a machine, to not fund it this time.
I will say under questioning, I think this person understood what this program was about better than most of the law enforcement, but
I truly feel for the law enforcement and what they're going through and what they're trying to do.
Right.
I just think this needs to be a bigger partnership with more groups.
Okay. All good?
Yes, Chair, I have to catch my flight back to Las Vegas, Commissioner Rafago, so
Okay.
as long as we have a quorum. Actually, I will try to log in via phone till I have to do it for it, so. Thank you.
We'll have a phone, a quorum, even if you drop off the phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
In addition, this is Anthony Welsh, Commissioner Ravago, too. If you do come on, please announce yourself. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Walsh.
Perfect.
Okay, then. Moving on to Nevada Trail Finder. I don't know that, without even opening my notes, I don't know that there's a whole lot of stuff to strip out or extras in that. It's another one of those phase two. Have fun. Let's say, trouble finding that before too. Where did I put it? Yeah. So 90,000. I really feel like it fell down a little bit on the enforcement side and the training side. But honestly, the rest of it, of course, studies and such, didn't do well with that. I think, again, it's another one of those phased projects. And as Nikhil pointed out, the big boys with the fat tires already got their trails mapped, so now it's time for the skinny guys.
Single tracks, yeah.
Two viewers.
Damn little buzz balls.
Yeah, I like this. The user interface is pretty neat. My initial question was what's different between Onyx and Garmin and Ride Command? Why would somebody utilize it? I didn't know. After messing around on the website a little bit, it does offer things that those other ones don't. And then for a local community, it's a pretty good resource. Yeah, I like it. It's ongoing.
How many OHVers do you think are gonna use that NV Trail Finder as opposed to Onyx or Gaia or Trailforce or?
Probably 1%,
OHV
maybe.
Maybe.
out of state people maybe, right? So in the budget breakdown, the commission should consider why you're putting in 90,000 and that's the majority of funding. Like all the other sources of funding are less than that.
Well, and I have a question on that. Going back to your Onyx question. Does it feed into Onyx or these other programs?
Does it do what?
Feed into Onyx or these other programs? You know, as Onyx pulls county database information, is this a site that, they can actually monetize or we can benefit from? You know, because I don't
Onyx
think.
Road had approached us 2 years ago for a data share, and we said any data that's on our website is public, you can have it. And in return, they offered us like 5% discount on their product as a account, like a code. And OHV gets you 5% off. But we weren't allowed to accept that as a state agency to give them Matthew's information. So he can accept that kind of deal. We can't accept a discount on services.
Well, I see the benefit. I mean, going through the Onyx channel, I think that's where you're gonna get most of your users.
Yeah.
Well, it may be pretty low use. That falls back on NXT.
That's what I was just gonna get to, is they need better advertising. Nobody, I mean, people need to know that it's out
Right.
there. How much of this information goes to like, so we have the maps and stuff on our website?
So right now, they're two separate products. Up until the end of last year, that position was responsible for maintaining two websites. And going forward, this project funding is only for NV Trail Finder. And what we need in our office is those geospatial products. So we need to have some stake in this game to ask the staff person to help us with these maps, that dashboard that you saw, these smaller projects. And then we just wanted to import their NV Trail Finder image onto our site, or have click on trail maps and then it goes to NV Trail Finder.
Excuse me, Nikhil.
Yes.
Pardon the interruption. Commissioner Ravago, I am logged on via phone. Just wanted to state for the record.
Awesome. Welcome back.
Thank you.
And going into the
Right after you left, the dancing girls showed up.
going into the legislative session and some of these goals that we have over the next year, simplifying the registration program. I think that picture of a map of where our projects are at or where the trails are, et cetera, that helps legislators or people that aren't really in tune with these different public lands projects see where we're investing money.
And I think that QR code deal is becoming more and more accepted amongst us old dogs. Like I was talking earlier, I still have my old NDOT plat map. Got about 47 different paper maps that I rely on because they're all different. So I think this, the QR brings it right up. When you have the app in your phone, normally you still have access, even when you're out of cell range, because it's buried in your phone. I don't know. It's on my go list. Good?
Yep.
Okay. And that puts us to the desert pigs. The war of desert pigs.
Don't forget, I gotta sit this out.
Okay. Mr. Walsh, does he need to make another conflict statement at this moment?
Yes, I think that would be good for the record. Name, job, and reason for not being on this or for the abstention. Thank you.
Commissioner John Len. I also own Fifth Gear Power Sports in Elko, Nevada. I was requested for a quote for a dump trailer for this project, and I provided one.
Very
So I
good.
will abstain from being a participant.
Very good. Yeah, so that will cover voting and commentary. Thank you.
And so while we're on the subject, when it comes time to vote, if Desert Pigs is in the mix, when he votes, does he have to say, except for Desert Pigs, this is my vote?
No, that would be a full abstention. So just not on there. We'd still have a quorum without. So I think we're good. Just essentially raise hand and say abstention.
Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is on my to-go list. I think it's a continuation of other programs that have been in southern and northern or western Nevada. The Dayton area and the Trump area, it's just an extension. So it's on my go list.
so it is indeed kind of like a phase 2 type arrangement, however, it's a full set aside deal. I gotta tell you, it's scored pretty close to 0 on my scorecard because it misses so many of the basic things that we need to do. Land ownership agreements, it scores incredibly high on a 10 on the partnering. But how does it drive demand for new facilities? What does it do for trail mapping? What does it do for training? Picking up trash and everything is great. Still scores at the bottom on that. And of course, it does nothing for pushing the registrations and stuff. So great group of people. They worked their tail off. In fact, when Carson City decided they were not going to fund trash pickup for Nevada Day, that was late breaking news. Nobody realized that until Nevada Day was just about to happen. Those folks showed up and did the trash. Did a better job than Waste Management, everything. It misses so many of the criteria.
Yes. I would say it does. It previously funded from the committee to the other chapters. While it misses so many things, it does enhance stewardship, overall enjoyment of the outdoors. It's yes for me, but also note that, yeah, it does miss a lot of categories, but.
We've done that. Pretty low scoring ones are getting a yes from me. So funded? Okay, it's funded. So far.
Can we just agree that they're all funded and then start over?
Yeah.
Are there any hard notes?
Yeah, there's some hard notes coming up. One about the motocross. 21. Any comments from anybody?
I liked it. Because they brought up some good points, which is, with the way things have gone, that they don't have the kind of funding available to them anymore. That previously they had lots of help with, somebody letting them borrow a water truck or a dozer or things and volunteer time, but it's a good facility and they do let other people use it for training. But I'm probably scoring it incorrectly. Because it's more of a feeling. But I like that. Those guys work hard and it's all volunteer stuff.
Mr. Chair, I like this project as I do the Elko County motocross park also. I think it gives a group of users an area to concentrate their OHV or motocross footprint. And it keeps people from tearing up the desert and creating more trails. And these are areas that can be used for educational instruction, as they've demonstrated in this grant, or in some cases, staging areas. So I do support the project, but I think there are some things that we can recommend to remove, such as a bulldozer.
Honestly, you know what, I've been up there to that racetrack. I haven't been to, the OHV functions there. But I've seen the facility. It's a nice looking facility. You're right. This really almost mirrors Elko County. The difference is it's on private property. For me, at Elko County, that's the tipping point. I'm still pretty squeamish on Elko County, but it's on public property. This is not. That's, and it misses so much, so many of our criteria.
Are you on Winnemucca or?
Yes, sir.
The separation for me, and I didn't quite remember, is if we got Elko Motocross to say that it would be a potential staging area, or
We never could to say that they'll open that back gate to public land.
and that was it. And then go to this one, and it was private property. It's closed. It's locked. It's not open to the public.
Right.
It's an event.
Elko Motocross is gonna be the same way. They're going to need, the safety flaggers, people on the track, like keeping it up and keeping it open. It's not just gonna be a staging area for the public to use that track.
They did say today, though, that they're gonna have open ride practice days,
Yes,
not exclusively just events, open.
right. But open practice still means there's a gate fee. You pay a
Yes,
gate
yeah.
fee.
And Winnemucca has that too.
I don't know if they make them pay a gate fee on open practice. I would have to ask Jeff about that, because I know, like, there's a lot of times they'll just run an open practice and let whoever, this is at previous motocross functions that we've had in the area, where they'll just let people come in and ride, and they just, see how the flow is, and let kids get out there and run. I think that eventually you'll see some staging areas out of there, if they can separate if they can keep the track closed off, but leave the pit area open. Does that make sense? Because the facility is big. I mean, they've got a whole section to work with.
And what this organization has done, even before we awarded them any money, is make their facility open for Nevada Outdoor School and Humboldt County Sheriff to offer this training.
They're doing I think they're more mature than the Elko group is, and they're doing a heck of a job.
On
Private property with without
Was-
having access to the public lands off of it. Maybe next time around, put a trailhead, open a parking lot or whatever, because they are adjacent to public lands, I assume.
Is there a possibility to award them funds to transport and maintain the equipment in Elko, do their maintenance work, and send it back to Elko?
Yeah, because that's part of the criteria of buying that it's available to other groups.
Yeah, and we'll go through Matthew's organization
Right.
for the transport. I don't know how to transport a D6.
It's expensive.
It probably would be north of $600 back and forth.
It's inexpensive.
It's not cheap.
That's pretty cheap.
Yeah. Thank you, John. Yeah, that was pretty cheap. I would rather see them rent and us pay for rentals, because the last thing, when you start sharing equipment like that, oh, this guy did this to it. Oh, this guy did this to it.
But that's Nabora's responsibility to take care of.
Should be those agreements on the training and you're gonna participate in the maintenance, right?
That's what we were talking about, the contract for maintenance and transportation.
Right.
Well, this is a very large grant, and I would like to support it all, but I do think that there's certain items such as the bulldozer of $130,000 that we just, I don't think that's feasible for us to support at this time. And I did ask him that question during the interview, just as the water truck. Do we pay for the shipping containers for storage and for security on that site? And just have them come back to us? Or do we fund the whole thing and just say we're gonna fund the whole thing and then the next round come back
The
and
commissioners
horse
made
trade?
the note that we moved to all of these extra grant rounds for that specific reason. If there's a part of the project that we like and others that we don't, you can ask them to see how they do with the small part and judge the second phase of funding on the performance of the
Yeah.
first.
So you want to do stuff like the Connex box, the gazebo, train on equipment? I mean, I kind of got the impression, whatever his name was that was in here talking today, I kind of get the impression that he's already an operator.
I'm assuming he is also, yeah.
That was, yeah. Coming from that world.
That's, you know,
Look
it's,
at his hands and he's.
yeah. The one thing I would think is that, you know, maybe they need a different piece of equipment because the track's already, you know, built, you know. I don't know if they could use, I could see a water truck, you know, I wonder, I don't know, I like that facility and I like that group of people, so.
Okay, what do you want to do then? I'm trying that, I'm having trouble finding their budget.
That's the problem, I don't see a budget also.
I think I requested a budget after I got the grant from their president. So let me just look at
Yeah, and the number that I'm quoting is in the back, where you see unit sale of the cat dozer, 130,000. Water truck of 95,000.
What page is that on?
Mr. Chair, it is,
I know I was reading that somewhere.
yeah, it starts after the letters of recommendation from the Nevada Department of or from the Humboldt Sheriff's Office. They start showing the quotes of how they came up with their dollar amount.
Oh, from United Rents.
Yeah, they have the shipping
Yeah.
container charge, which is $10,530.20. Then they have the gazebo price of $5,657.71. And then you have the equipment. And just from my standpoint, I think that we look at funding maybe the shipping container and the gazebo to help them.
And
With those
admonish them severely that they didn't submit a budget.
Correct.
I did request this one-page budget from them, and she got me this page. I thank them for sharing.
Oh, and when did that arrive?
December 19th.
But it's not in our packet.
I don't think so.
Right.
Yeah. Did he say the starting gates were already in?
Yes.
So how's that matching funds in this?
Right.
I think maybe for the facility. I don't know.
What's down further in the queue?
That's a lot of math.
There's a lot of match in there, but that's what they said. They're not getting any matches.
Probably maybe first time writing a grant like this or something, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, my vote would be let's
Okay.
try to find
Conference.
see how they do and
Container.
So
convex. And maybe, I don't know, is it appropriate to tell them? Is really like to, because it's private property, we need to see some nexus to public use.
I did write down the question before he got to it about OHV requirements, sticker requirements for the track, and he did mention that club members were required to register, and they tried. There are guys that don't, but they are conscious of it to try to improve the registration.
Yeah, and he talked about that quite a bit in the narrative within the application too.
Yeah, and I know Elko does, they give you a discount for
Right.
running the registration.
Right. Okay,
What's next?
So this one had called for 10.5K for storage containers, 5.6 for a gazebo. Can we make it an even number, like $20,000,
yeah,
and they cover their transport costs?
because frankly, I don't care about the pennies anyway.
Well, just,
Well, I do.
Well, that'd probably give them money to rent a piece of equipment a couple times a year too.
Mr. Chair, just, right now, we haven't made any decision.
No decision.
No decision. This would be a
Right.
recommendation, because we have to come back and
Right.
then.
Yeah,
start.
so all we're doing right now is stripping out the extras. And then we'll pare it down to the 750. Logandale Trails.
So Chair, before moving to Logandale, did we miss High Fives Foundation and Return to Dirt?
We did not discuss them.
We missed them. Okay,
Where are they?
where are they?
They're not on our list.
I had them at line number 9.
No,
From top,
Oh, yeah.
no, you're going
Return
backwards.
to dirt.
We're going from
We skipped bottom up.
bottom up.
We're going from the bottom up.
Yep.
But if you look, it is on line 9.
We skipped them.
Skip Return to Dirt.
But isn't Return to Dirt? They are on line 9, but as far as their ranking, they're at 14. Right here.
Yeah, that's accurate.
So they're not, I mean, if you were to go, who received the highest score?
I think we've established that's probably not.
Now, see, we skipped from number 13, Nevada Trail Finder, to number 15, Desert Pigs Equipment, and start discussing that trailer.
Yeah, and I agree, we jumped
And then we
jumped that.
jumped number 14.
But all of these, if you go back to number 9 and you look at these, we basically said these question marks mean
Yes.
that we want the project, but we need to go back and negotiate on it.
Yes. Yeah, that's right. We didn't
Okay.
negotiate or do anything. with
We
High
didn't do
Fives.
anything. We just said they're in, but we know that we're.
We
Okay.
didn't even say that.
We didn't even
mention their name.
Oh,
Yeah.
on Elko Motocross, yeah, we did.
Motocross.
On High Fives.
I know, but I'm just saying High Five on my list, I had copied down from there. High Five, and I could be wrong. Where is High Five at? Or Return to Dirt is, like I said, they're number 14. Okay. I'm good. We jumped it. I'm sorry, my bad. High Five.
Yeah, I'm supposed to keep you guys under control. I didn't do my job, including me. So, Return to Dirt. Awesome program. And something that's really, really important for these folks to be made to feel whole. I don't know how it accomplishes our mission. The overall mission of what it is we're charged to do. I don't know how it gets there. I mean, our partnering is good. A lot of good conversation about how to push the registrations. After that, though,
So we have our mission and our set of goals that we talked about in October. One of those pillars was like increasing the diversity of OHV users. And we were kind of short-sighted in thinking about like inner city schools and stuff like that. But this is kind of outside the box towards that goal. And then the second box that you need to consider is how can the OHV commission use that funding? And does it fit in those 10 categories? So I think it meets the mission. It's getting new people into off-roading.
That part, that's just one part of our overall. And we put 10 criterias. Right, so I think they did a great job in planning. And how it's going to give opportunities to those folks, just like we were talking about, you know, the inner city schools and all that sort of thing, but you know, we're on the map for the rest of it.
Mr. Chair, I recommend that we support the whole project and move to the next item. And then we can come back and then negotiate what part or any funding, even if there's, I don't even think there's any funding available for this project. And I do have a recommendation at the end that this is one that you asked them to produce their Secretary of State information. You found it for them. But I do think that we need to kind of refine our applications that we receive. And before they're even in this packet, that Nikhil, you and your staff have said they have met everything that we've asked for.
Okay.
Secretary of State information, if it's not there, we're not even reviewing and going through this.
Nope.
If it does not have private property owner information, it has not met our criteria.
Right, so
And those are great catches that you made, Mr. Chair.
So we talked about that earlier. It has been our precedent that we give allowances for that and ask for that stuff to show up later.
Right.
That's why the conversation with Mr. Walsh to back out of that and stop going through this. These people need to get their applications buttoned up. So for me, that's not really a consideration in my scoring for this one. It's the fact that it doesn't meet our 10 criteria.
Yeah, I totally agree. But as far as our criteria right now, is this a project that you would support? I would support it. That's my recommendation, Mr. Chair.
This is one that I didn't support. So I want to look at you guys and fellows on the internet.
Commissioner Parks, I have a hard time turning that one down too. I kind of support that. I know that that there's got to be a way we can figure out how to get more criteria into what they're doing somehow. I like it.
I like it a lot, but I did write down that same kind of feeling you had. So I guess my job would be to not convince, I don't want to use that word, but to build enough case on their behalf that your decision would be swayed. From a little different perspective with land use, one of our big driving factors with a lot of closures for motorized access. I know we don't have to deal with that here, but the part of that is getting handicapped accessible people into the outdoors. And if they can't ride a snowmobile up there, they damn sure can't snowshoe or cross country ski up there if they're handicapped in any way. And that's, as soon as they brought this up, that hit with me was there is no real resource in Nevada for people with disabilities to get in the outdoors and recreate. This is the first time somebody like this has came with this ask, and maybe it might be a little different ask, but man, if we can fund it, I would.
Yeah.
I would absolutely try to.
I started with, man, this is awesome. You know, that's kind of, I can set my emotions aside pretty easily.
I want to pursue based on this.
Okay, then we'll fund it for now. Okay, it's 8 o'clock.
And I took out of that if I get an application on the deadline that is not complete with a letter of support, even missing one of the 2 required letters of support, I'm gonna not even put it in front of
It is not complete, send it back.
Okay.
I mean, this has been going on, and a number of these phase 2 and return asks
Mhm.
were not complete.
Okay.
At some point, they gotta start reading 490,
Mhm.
both of them.
Yeah.
And read the packet.
And I'm gonna start removing, you guys will know who has applied and who didn't get through that screen. But
Well, I don't think we can make that decision today. That's a policy decision outside this particular agenda item.
Okay.
But going forward, we're gonna have that conversation and fix it.
Yeah.
So that I kinda, at the end, we do a little roundtable,
Mhm.
give you direction at that point.
Okay.
But that is what the direction's gonna be.
Okay.
Did these go through the committee like the one last round?
We did go through our technical advisory
That,
committee
yeah.
with the land managers on board. No, I didn't have time to, between the 19th and today to get those guys together.
Okay. All right. So where were we? Logandale. Logandale.
Vegas Valley?
Vegas Valley 4-wheelers.
Who wants to go first?
I like it. I think those guys do a lot of good out on the trail. And sounds like they've kind of welcomed the OHV people into their fold. I don't think that they've got the right unit that they're looking at. But I would fund it and probably fund it a little higher than what they're asking. Or give them more direction on how they can use those funds. Maybe the majority of the money needs to be spent on the OHV and not the wrap, not the travel costs. So they can come back for that. And not the administration.
He did not have any letters of support. One.
Let me,
I'm sure.
I'll also need to
fail.
confirm that.
That's all I wrote on my notes. No letters of support.
Thanks.
Like what they do, love that they're bringing their members into OHV stuff, bringing OHV members into their stuff, partnerships, hits.
But I'm sure that he wouldn't have any problem getting letters of support.
Again, yeah, I'm sure he wouldn't.
The maps. The landowner agreements, the letters of support. No real information on what the piece of equipment was he wanted to buy. No conversation about the maintenance of it.
The club was gonna do all the maintenance. He did say that.
And he does have one landowner letter that's submitted from BLM and one letter of support submitted from Nabora, dated December 14th.
Is it in the packet?
It's not in the packet.
It was included in his application. Do we have it in the hard copy?
I don't see it.
Then that's my mistake for not including those letters.
We have the
PDF that was uploaded.
side by side with the decals.
Mhm.
Then we have his section 5. We have his budget. which is under section 4, section 3, 2, and then his answering questions 1 through 15. That's it.
Right, no, his application was sent separately from letters of support. And I got those after the application. I do have them,
You got those after the deadline?
not after the. It was after the deadline, yeah, 12/16 instead of 12/15.
So one letter of support and one landowner, but no maps.
They are available, I don't have maps.
And malfunction in the budget. So we got a no for me.
Revise and come back for me.
I can go along with that. I think they're, yeah, I think they do a good job. I wouldn't have a problem funding them.
Yeah.
Same.
Okay. Okay.
Have Matthew work with them, maybe?
Great resource.
And they did have a budget, right? There wasn't any.
They
question.
did have a budget.
They did have a budget, and it was a malfunction, in my opinion. And now we are on Old Highway 93.
I'll jump in on this one. Love it, need it, serves the community well. The land ownership issue is a concern for me. The points that you brought up, Commissioner, when he was giving his speakings, that thanks for getting my mind there. But seems young, not age-wise, but project. Yeah, like you just kind of got this all going and got a good head of steam and we'll get there.
I think when you're an operating entity, that shows some longevity and the fact that you can get things done. Again, this goes back to, while it's not outside our ability, it goes back to that private ownership. I understand this is a whole family thing. But what are we doing with a 1-year lease?
Yeah, we, even like the county, had to give the motocross club a lot longer lease than 1 year.
Yeah, so, you're talking about, we require reporting about what you're doing with things we grant, 25 years or the life of the project. Well, I don't know if you can claim the life of the project is continuing after full amortization, but we're talking about full-on concrete floor building that, that's 70-year project as far as I can tell. So on a 1-year lease with a clause that it goes back to the ownership if he walks away. I get it, it's a family thing going on here. Substantially uncomfortable. And then it doesn't meet so many of the other criterias because it doesn't have a plan, right? He's coming from nowhere. I would think a fresh, brand new business would be able to put a business plan on the table in front of us. Again, back to, as an operating entity like the Winnemucca Motocross, we know they're operating. We can see that the community is telling us it's a successful operation and all that sort of thing, but that 1-year lease killed it in my mind.
And this is Anthony Walsh, Commissioner White. Thank you for kind of reiterating that point because, again, our NAC 490.1355 2 sub B does require the applicant to operate and maintain the proposed project after its completion. And that is the consideration you're talking about for the record. So that's fully developed there, I think.
Okay, thank you. I agree, this could be a good asset for the area. Not there. Yeah, revise it.
Commissioner Adams.
Go ahead.
I very much share the concern that we're putting in a substantial investment into private property that we have a 1-year lease on. And it kind of opens the door for anybody that has an existing or plans to build an RV park that why not just get a grant to build it as a trailhead? Because that's what most of the customers would be doing.
Suppose if your motorsports and Elko wanna expand their business. You push the OHV registration, right?
Like crazy.
On every unit.
On every unit. Not one leaves there without it.
I'm sure you've let them for some training in your parking lot.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm very squeamish on this one. I know the fellows that were in here today have all that community backing. I know, Barlin, he wouldn't vouch for these guys if they weren't solid. My rubber band's about to hit me in the eye.
Solid plan to come back,
I agree.
get a 25-year lease. For $1, whatever you want.
99 years,
Over that,
2079. The project's not finished in 25.
Well, and I think there's gotta be, to me, seems like there would need to be some kind of investment on their side up front. You know, whether they've cleared the lot, made the area, you know, where we're not just starting from ground zero.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think this is something, let's just say hypothetically, we were to award and move forward with them. I believe, and Anthony, I think, please jump in. There is going to be some covenants and restrictions that are placed on this particular parcel or on him, that if he defaults, you know, we get to go after something as a state of Nevada.
Some sort of default or maintain.
Exactly,
Or
right,
something that protects
right.
that taxpayer's asset.
And
And certainly we are, this is Anthony again. We are covered under both NRS and NAC, you know, on those requirements as they're built into the grant agreement that any grants he would sort of comply with any local or state laws. You know, that's there, but also, you know, there's personal liability aspects that could crop up too. And again, this is my advice to the commission rather than anyone else. And so I think if this were to go forward, it would kind of require sort of anti-liability provisions in the agreement as well, aside from the project completion aspect.
So see a hand up, but we can't recognize that at this particular point. Yeah, so we're not in the public comment at this moment, so I think we're all agreed this is a send back, get more solid. Try again.
yeah, work with Matt.
Okay. All right. Let's move on to Silver State Race Medics. Where are they on here?
Second vote to the bottom.
17. Who wants the first bite at this one?
Mr. Chair, I think this is a great program. Once again, to me, it's very similar to kind of the outreach and the training as other programs are doing. I do support the project. So it's one that I would, say to move forward as far as the overall ranking. It was very low on my list. As you've said before, it did not check all the boxes, but it's a great program. That's just my comment.
Yeah, I agree. Anybody else?
My only comment is she had, targeted 4 of these trainings per year, and then in her budget, she's accounting for $50 a day for 12 events for 4 staff, so kind of dual. It's not just the training, it's not just the trailer, it's a little bit of their services. Yeah, hard one for me to score. I scored low just because it didn't hit a lot of points for me. Love what they do.
Yeah,
Would love to fund their program for 100 events.
Yeah, what they do is very valuable. Very valuable.
I think it is too. But again,
It doesn't hit 490.
it does. This is not a returning request, is it?
It is a returning request. It was funded first in 2020, I believe 2020. It was denied at the beginning of 2022, and it's in front of you again today. And I'm unclear about if they were operating in the year that weren't funded from OHV grants.
Say that again.
I'm unclear if they were still operating during the year that they were not funded from the OHV grants. Like they still had their equipment. We purchased a bunch of AEDs for them, or they were donated to be held in this trailer, and then they would go out to these races and provide emergency medical service.
Incredible service that I mean, the only place I scored them high was on partnering and leverage.
Yeah.
Everything else is either 0 or 2. I don't see funding this.
Gotcha. Okay. You didn't tell me that trick.
Okay? No funding?
In my opinion, if there's funding around, can we talk about it? That is, how about that?
We know that answer already.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay. Down to the last one. Roadmap to success. I'll just take the first bite on this one, and I will say that where was that in? Well, let me find this. Anybody else has anything else to say?
Commissioner Glenn, I don't think, I couldn't fund it. It scored very low. I feel like there wasn't a good enough roadmap. And to me, I mean, I like that area. I think it's got a lot of potential, but I would think there's a lot of outreach you can do from, if they have, I don't know how Goldfields works, if it's got a little chamber of commerce or something like that going on, but they should be able to fund something like that at this point. Or, at least make some phone calls and figure out, and use Matt and Akil as good references.
Right. For me, I thought it was 1325. But it doesn't look like it is. Anyway, it says that studies have to be for trails and a plan of what you're gonna do, not a study to tell you how to write a grant. I don't think it fits 490 whatsoever at all on either side. Maybe Anthony has a better handle on where that part is. It says what studies have to be, but it doesn't, I can't get there.
Mr. Chair, I also have this one relatively low as far from a scoring standpoint, but I think there is merit here. I do like the concept, the approach, especially with us building staging areas all over the state of Nevada. It seems to be that is kind of a mission or one of our focuses. Whether it's in Mesquite going on phase 2 or what we did the last time I was part of the funding round in Hawthorne and in Tonopah. That's why I do support the Lincoln County project or excuse me, the Alamo project. I think this is a great project in Esmeralda County. They need it. But maybe working with Matt, there should be a blueprint, and I know these areas are limited with resources and how to put together plans. You know, I don't know, working with Matt to put that together and doing a submittal, I think, ask these folks to come back and take that approach. And my recommendation would be to look at existing areas that you already have in your community, whether it's, no offense, a rodeo ground. I know that's not part of our mission, but it is, because they're off trails. The kids come there and they ride, or it's a rest area that's already there. I know Goldfield has a nice one in downtown Goldfield, looking at those existing resources that are there.
Right, so what I was looking for was NRS 490069 2C1. Studies for planning for trails and facilities. That's for use by owners and operators of OHVs. So again, it's not a study to do a study, right? I don't mean to be glib, but my mind simply doesn't fit what we're even allowed to do. But I would like to make a suggestion. I think there's a place where both this request and the old Highway 93 OHV staging area. I think if you contact Jeff Sudich over at Northern Nevada Development Authority, Jeff could very well set you on the course to finding money to do these two projects, because to be honest with you, looking at these applications, some of these folks need the study this guy wants to put together so they can figure out how to turn in an application. So again, that would be Jeff Sudich over at NNDA. If you got your pencils ready, that's 775-883-4430. Tell him I sent you. I know Jeff, I work with him. I'm on the board of directors for NNDA. So I think that's where these two requests really need to be, is over there. Okay, so we are done with the grading part of it. I would like to take a minute for a nature break, and we'll be back in 5. We'll be in recess for a minute. Recess.
And this is Anthony. Very quickly. Prior to the break here, I see at the bottom we have Nevada Off-Road Association Education Outreach. On the note there, it is blank. Is that it seems it's fully funded on both columns there. So do we have just for the record if it's fund or not?
Hey, Anthony, to the discussion so far, it's listed as fun.
Okay.
These are just notes right now. From
Yeah.
our next fund through, we'll solidify the amount and what is being removed from the grant.
Perfect. Okay.
Thanks for sitting with us all day, Anthony.
No problem. That's what I'm here for.
You don't even have a donut either.
Yeah, we got plenty of water. That would be nice.
My child just notified me that the pulled pork I put in the crock pot this morning was really good.
That's, you have to love those messages.
Thanks for dinner, Dad. It was really good. Oh, I'm hungry again already.
I'm gonna use a restroom. Better get a donut. I love all the snacks. It's not much sugar.
Right?
Okay. It's like the snow outside. This is not funny.
Did you say it's about the snow outside?
What's that? I said, just like the snow outside. This is not funny.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I was like, it's gonna snow?
So Scott and John, you guys are traveling from pretty far. If you guys decide to get a hotel in town, then that's covered as well. Just
Yeah, I'm
keep
staying at my
keep your
sister's.
seats. Okay.
in 3 months, so.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Love to, but I got a child at home tomorrow.
You alone, son?
He's 3.
Yeah, the meeting's 2 days. I'll be back by 5. Don't need to go anywhere else.
Here's a couple cans of beanie weenies.
So
No.
we can renotice this for 3 days from now and.
No, we're here. We're finishing.
Okay. All right.
But on another note, I did throw pulled pork into the crock pot, and he texted me and told me it was really good.
Well, good, yeah.
Okay, are we all back online? Sellers on the interweb are with us?
This is Anthony. I returned from my break as well, so all good.
Okay,
Still have a quorum.
all righty then, I will reconvene this January 12 meeting of the Nevada Commission on Off-Highway Vehicles. We are currently discussing item number 9, grant deliberation and awards for possible action. All right. So.
Where we got? Where we at? Yeah.
So now I think we should start from the top, from the lowest funded applicants. Looks like Winnemucca Motocross Association was funded 20K. And start assigning numbers, then we'll have a running list of how much we have left by the time we get to the top applications. Or we
This
get to all of
this
it.
is, these are the ones we decided we would fund. Everything above that is no funding.
No, that's incorrect. These were preliminary amounts that we would fund that are highlighted.
Right.
And these are our notes of what would be funded. DNF stands for do not fund. And this was the funding that was requested from the grant.
Right.
Okay, is there a way to move like the DNF stuff out of there and then
John,
yeah,
you mean?
yeah, and then just
That's the list we're working on.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, hide everything that was DNF?
yeah.
Logandale was decided at 0 with revised budget? Has,
Yeah, Vegas Valley four-wheelers.
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Go ahead, Commissioner Eason.
I was just gonna say, I believe on the top rated one, the 161, we came to a number, I thought, of 116,000. Because they had not used.
The 43,000.
Right. So it was a reduction.
Oh, to a bump, okay. All right,
So that's how I was running my calendar.
that's how you got your numbers, okay, that's correct.
So I was just using 116,000. Or 100.
What was being removed? Oh, just the difference for their,
The 40, yeah, the 43,000. Well, you want to get NXT media out of there too?
yeah. Numbers.
You can't sit there and look straight up.
No, break my neck. I think I'm sure it's fun. Let's come over here and
Yeah, where
I can see a little better. Okay, so we are, we have to strip 160,309, correct?
You're gonna have to strip more than that if you fund some of these other projects up here
Oh,
that aren't assigned.
Well, should we put in a number for what we would assign them, or just start stripping the other ones?
I think we should take the big ones at least, like Elko Motocross, if they can wait on that piece of equipment and we fund the water line right now, that automatically brings them down at 50,000.
Yeah, that's what we all agreed on. We didn't get there yet.
That's what you're going to
So we gotta just start somewhere. And
start. with
we
Elko.
gotta go through 3 times and whittle it down to get started.
No, Elko MX with, medium-sized tractor with grooving attachment is $86,000. Then they were also asking for bleachers, pre-built building, outfit, facility with electricity.
I wouldn't think, I would think we could wait on the bleachers.
For sure. I mean, the building really is for taking entries and they ain't having races for 6 months.
Yeah, they could come
They
back.
can come back for the building too.
So this is a share of their budget. Did you want to do the NV energy power install and transformers during this round? Otherwise, Commissioner Flynn had suggested just the light plant. So is that a portable light?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
yes, go ahead.
Can we just say, we recommend an allocation on your budget, spend how you want in here of 100,000 or 50,000? And assign them a dollar value and say, we will.
I think
fund up
we
to this
did that with them before, actually.
And to give them the flexibility of, if they want to put everything to the water line, if they want to put everything to the generator, they can, but just give them a percentage or just a flat allocation.
So they're
I'm gonna
asking,
bring in a thought to that though. And just kind of talking here, would that open the door then? If we're funding blank, like, we might not get these broke down budgets anymore if that.
No.
Funding.
No, they can apply it to any one of those items. Is that they still have to apply the budget. But if they want to say, okay, we're gonna only give you 50,000 and you want to put 30 to the electric and then to the generator and then another 20 to the water.
There was no guide though. Here's $200,000. Go do whatever you want with it.
No, there's their guide.
within those line items,
There is,
Within these line items.
yeah,
within those line.
that
items.
is the guidance. We're not gonna fund your, whatever that column, I can't see, the first one for 2023. Or the second one.
There's this one for $30,000. That's their admin fee.
Right,
Okay,
As a specific on this, to give them the flexibility to finish this project. Or get started with it, and it was just a thought.
so. Strip out the tractor. You're not buying the tractor. But here's $150,000 to spend on whatever else is left in there. Regardless of, so that takes their ask down to 200,000. We'll take another 50 out and tell them you got 150 to do all of this except the tractor. Does that sound right?
You could do that, just to give you an idea, the water line, just the water line, the install and around the facility, because there's two, I'm sorry, took me a minute. That is $63,040.
Does that count the excavator rental?
Nope, I was gonna go in and add that in there. And the question is this dozer operating cost. I'm not sure about that one. If that's a rental also.
No, that would be,
That's the dozer we purchased.
yeah,
That is the one that we bought. Okay. So to add in your 8,000, excuse me,
or
30.
289. Well, isn't the 289D the dozer we bought him? So I'm not,
Oh, there's 60.
No. Did we buy him a D6?
We have two pieces of equipment with them. One is a heavy duty piece and one's medium duty. It's a smaller dozer.
okay, so like the 289D is their skid steer then?
Yeah.
And the 650 would be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the water, the rental for the excavator and everything for the water and the pipe comes to $71,870. And then if we go to the generator, do you want to add the generator back in?
The light plant?
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. That's only 8,032.
Well, we started with just take out the purchase of the Kubota tractor.
But you're on the right track, Commissioner Eason, because he's building what we're going to fund, and Chair White is trying to subtract what we don't want to fund. We should reach the same.
We're gonna meet in the middle.
Yeah, we should reach the same number.
Well, that's why, we started with take out the tractor and tell them here's 150,000 to cover the rest of the line items. So does that all add up to 150,000?
It's more than 150, I think.
I think it is too.
Yeah, it's at 200,000 is what I come up with, 201 that they're left with.
Right.
What if you removed NV Energy power install in these transformer materials? Like, that's not really related to an OHV project, or that also frees up.
Well, that
60,000
provides power to the track.
to the site.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they're gonna have to have that.
That would, right?
Yeah.
I think the commission's in this too deep to like step away from it at any point. So now you're just phasing in, which should approve first.
My vote would be to remove the Kubota, remove the bleachers. And move to the next one.
Okay, so if you do bleachers and Kubota, so 287,451 minus 86,108. What did you come up with, Commissioner?
Well, just real quick, 190-ish.
That's 188. 189. So we would fund 189 with that.
Okay.
Two.
And we'll come cut more if we need to. We started in the middle.
Do we want the Butte one? Gold Butte?
Pick a random one.
Gold Butte. Do we want Gold Butte?
Let me see here. Where's Gold View?
Highlighted here.
Huh?
It's the one that, the line item that is highlighted. Here, let me see if I can. These fine.
Oh,
references.
Coca Valley.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And that's
That was my bad.
Oh, yeah, the fiberglass signs and all that stuff. I think the same thing, we fund them a certain amount and they can, I would, you know,
I think this project was funded by Recreation Trails Program, a very similar project, and they put in the same application 2 spots so that they can either do twice the number of signs or just take one.
so is there 2 coolers?
I can't speak to that. I don't think RTP allows that.
Just kidding.
They don't allow this purchase.
Those guys do a great job.
Can you bring the budget up?
Yeah.
I like the idea of funding up to 20,000 or 10,000, do something like that.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't, so up at the top, it says contracted labor for sign installation. So do you think that's what the hotel rooms are for? And
I can't quote that. This contracted labor would be for GBI to send a NCC crew down there and pay like 5 people to go pound in signs. And I don't think that contract is on the work plan for 23. So they need to find a use for that funding.
yeah, let's see. I don't see the whole coolers and renting the equipment and stuff.
Yeah, all of the coolers and rentals would be.
And I would think the meals in the hotel rooms.
This is the exact same. Okay,
And what are you doing? Making me seasick.
I know, here's the coolers. Coolers, vehicle rental, spot beacon. And then the spot beacon is built further up for the service.
Oh, okay. So yeah, so it's $250 for the cooler, $4,800 for the UTV rental, $329 for the spot, $1,600 for the trailer rental. I guess I have to rent a cement mixer. I don't know why you can't mix it in a wheelbarrow, but materials, trailer.
What do they need the tablet? Could anybody come up with a reason why they would need a tablet?
GeoMark where they put the signs in for mapping. So BLM has an inventory. You do that with a GIS program. Take a picture of it with your phone, and it geocaches it. Where did you see a tablet? I missed that. It's $750, yeah.
First item.
Oh.
Miscellaneous bills.
Yeah, so everything in that, except the cement mixer and the backhoe's gotta go. So the trailer brake And the trailer wiring. Are they talking about putting that on a personal trailer, on that trailer that they're gonna rent from a,
I'm guessing it's that ATV trailer, that UTV wagon or ATV wagon. Maybe they're talking about setting up another ATV for that. I'm just guessing though.
That's exactly what it's for. This application was submitted to the Rec Trails program, and we asked the same question.
Oh, okay. I think we fund the. I was adding it up, so I'll have to do that.
hey, what's the next page of this budget?
These are all the sticker fees.
Okay,
Well, there's some other stuff in there though too.
so I go back to, at one point, are you not a volunteer? So the 58 cents per mile on a vehicle, gas and maintenance, that's out. Travel's out. Towing vehicle expenses out. Meals are out. Did we come to a conclusion about, are they far enough away from home to rate hotel per diem?
I can't confirm that. The project site's less than 100 miles from Mesquite, Nevada, but you can't guarantee that all of the people working on the project are coming from Mesquite.
I think we take hotel per diem out, 1920. And of course, when we do all these reductions, their administrative fees are gonna drop down as well, because that 10% becomes a different number, right?
I think you just half this project.
Huh?
I think you cut this one in half, and then these guys can go in and divide and conquer the amount of where they're going to place these signs, and it gives them flexibility on what they build to our project versus the Rec Trails project, which has a little bit more stringency.
Okay.
Or I would support giving them all of it and they don't come back for a while. And we're done and we let everybody know that we're done with the funding and you're looking at 48,000, 748,000 or 49, and you're right there.
Then you risk kind of not building an engagement and an long-term project with this club, right?
Well, yes.
Well, don't come back on this project.
And come back on this one, okay?
Sign placement, come back with a different project.
Right,
Yeah,
but
we
now you're
can't tell them, no more funding for you, go away.
But I mean, you're done. It's,
Yeah.
we have now funded our top 9 that we ranked. The only group that was excluded was MTX.
What about the tops where there's no, where we said fund, but we have contingencies?
We still have to.
Who, what are you talking about?
So there's 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 that say fund that have no dollar value.
That's good. They're way too far down. We don't have enough money.
And we're
If we,
still 61K over.
You're talking about not funding it in MXT?
yeah, we chose not to fund MXT. So completely get rid of them. They have money left over in their budget. And we're not gonna.
Oh,
fund
that's right.
Billboards or, those were my notes.
You're kind of freaking me out. Tired.
So can you, Nikhil, put the funding request dollars over in the funding awarded side?
Here, Nikhil. 116,
Mhm.
115, 34, 720.
Hang on just a second.
So. You go to this graph.
Mhm.
That off, we're at the bottom.
Okay.
We put that on 116.
Yep.
And then next, the world champion stage 115. Right, safe.
Yep.
134, 720. Okay, MTX is 0. Because they've already been funded.
Okay.
Yeah, out of that other grant.
Yep.
Coral to total ball is 12,000.
Yes.
Wilson Canyon is 62.
Yes.
Okay. Smith Valley or South Valley, OH, we put in 141,000.
96.
Yep. Elko 189.
Yep.
282.78.
Oh, 182. I just put 189 flat and 189, 282.
282.78.
Okay, 182.
And then Gold Butte, which is Coca-Cola.
You might not like the fact that the only question he then threw.
Yes.
What's you going now?
812,000 is obligated. We have 750,000 available.
That was
We got 62,140 over budget.
I think we pull out Coca-Cola. They're done. Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah, these formulas should be correct.
Hard to count everything on that. So maybe 116.
How on this? Some hidden.
115. 2.
We decided not to fund Trail Finder? No.
That's where I was.
Like, we haven't,
Gotcha.
I mean, we kind of half started eliminating things and then we stopped for a while and then we started again.
We need to trim some of these big grant projects.
Right? So like, can
These
we
are
just
huge.
start on one line and work through them like at least once?
So that's how much we'll. 20.
Starting in the middle.
Wait, why that? I'm getting we're 62 over. The value that we've added total is 812,140.12.
So we gotta take. $7,800 out of each one and go home.
I'm good. I'm good.
But we have to still fund that.
But I want to take more and put some with the other guys.
Go through
these.
Is that outdoor recreation?
I really want to fund that. Like, something.
That was the Desert Pigs.
No, the sign, or the map. That,
I thought you meant the Laura. Yeah. Yeah, we want to fully fund that map.
Correction. So.
and then we wanted to fund Nevada off-road on the dirt trails.
Right, and it's 20 grand and we can go pull 20 out of some.
Well, I mean, the high school said that was a 2-year budget, so.
Yeah.
And trim it from Elko.
From Elka.
Well, I mean, technically, that's when we were trimming from.
We start.
But we want to fund that map.
You want the map? Do you want to fund mapping collaborative at NV Trailfinder at? You'll be the highest amount of funding going into that project.
Do they have other participants in that?
Yeah, they've got Red Trails, Travel Nevada. The diversity of funding is awesome. We want our sticker on it. But we don't want the biggest sticker pie.
Okay.
So am I wrong in trying to see, since we have fund on all these, can I see that dollar value over on the other side?
Yeah, I think we should add like, okay, we said Winnemucca should get $20,000. Nevada Off-Road Association for their desert pigs in Elko.
Right.
We wanted to fund that, right?
Yeah.
15,260. And that trailer charge is not gonna change. And then Return to Dirt Nevada High Fives Foundation, we weren't sure about that, so let's leave it open. Nevada Trail Finder support, I think we should match what RTP put in for it. And their budget here shows Rec Trails invested 50K into this. Why would we give them something?
I agree with that.
So what did he put in 50?
50?
Okay.
What do we got going on with the, what's that
I
noise?
think that's,
Somebody on that.
Yeah,
Oh, that's,
see if I can mute them here.
Um,
Bob, is that feedback from your side? No,
That took care of it. Whoever it was.
they just mute everybody.
gonna mute.
They're back.
Gonna mute the calls.
if you want me to mute, I can do it right now.
Hey, Bob, we were getting some feedback from your mic. Can you just raise your hand if anything comes up?
He's muted now.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, awesome, thanks. All right, so this is what I have just added in, these 3 out of 4 values. Now, any other projects look like they can conserve funds, or, I mean, I'm looking at the ones over $100,000.
didn't,
Or we can hold them for 6
didn't
months.
Nevada Outdoor School say that they were 2-year budget?
They were, yeah, I think it was going through September 2025, actually. NOS.
It wasn't the main thing that she needed this go around the truck.
Needs the truck.
That's why we didn't strip her in half, because the truck's the only thing that is not essential service that she's doing.
Sure.
So, I mean, we're in a quandary with 147,000 over. We gotta start stripping some big dollars out of there. Tell her we'll fund the we'll fund the other stuff, but not the truck, just like we're gonna tell Elko. Not buying a tractor.
So I have a question, because your goal to fund all these people, and going back to my original question, is your goal to fund everybody that is funding up here? Or is it just to go through that ranking where we
No,
have?
well, my goal
it down?
Me personally, my goal is to try to fund as many people as we can, even if we're not giving them everything, because some of them have a 2 or 3 year budget, or, a multi grant cycle budget going, where they're trying to get, where we're gonna fund them for basically a year when we've got another grant cycle coming up in 6 months.
That's right. So we want to set us up for like the winter round where all of our projects will just be phase 2, phase 2, phase 2, and we gave them the startup funds right now.
So, I mean, we could cut Elko even more. And that way you get more people in there. And then we go back to our question on Gold Butte, how much do you want to give them? Want to just cut them in half? Because that was 41,000 that we were looking at, ice chests and tablets and.
I thought that's what we already said to do.
No.
So let's. Okay, I would say cut maybe 40 out of the Nevada Outdoor School and cut the Cocapelli guys 20. Okay. That's, and then,
And for Cocopelli, we said we were subtracting hotel rooms and the coolers and stuff.
Yeah,
Miscellaneous equipment.
that's what I was lining out. That's the line items I was pointing out that I thought were fluff.
Okay.
You know, all the renting, members' vehicles and trailers and putting brakes on their trailers and I thought that was,
Funding is for the signs. Funding is for the signs.
And work, yeah.
per diems and all of that. And it was about half. So.
What about Elko?
Full fund,
Yeah, that's, okay, last one.
full fund as is.
So,
Okay, we talked about removing trucks from this one. Let's take that number down.
And that number was reduced by, you said 40,000, 41,000?
The
truck was higher than that.
54,000 is what they had budgeted.
Truck
and trailer.
Truck, well, they had a camper shell on it too.
Yes, they.
Nikila, what's the most important thing to them?
for, I think for NOS, you fund their equipment because we have flexibility for who can purchase equipment. NOS receives funding from Rec Trails program and they have like a Buy American clause, so you can't just go to a dealer and buy a truck. So I think you support them with what hard goods they need.
What's the truck in the camp?
How much is it?
Yeah.
I think it was under $60,000.
The truck and the trailer?
The truck and the shell,
Oh,
and then the trailer is
the
probably,
truck was 54,000.
But then again, where we were questioning whether that was a good enough truck.
And we'll pull that trailer.
It does.
It does.
It does.
You'll be awake the whole time. If you've got that trailer loaded, you will be awake the whole time.
if Melanie needs funding to keep her staff on, that's, I don't know if she needs funding for her staff more than she needs that vehicle. But we purchased the vehicle for NOS in 2017 and it's still in service today. They use it all over from Winnemucca. In Elko, I think they had like aging equipment or they were leasing their vehicles for their office.
What about,
Here's their budget. 54,000 for the truck, 3,000 for the topper, and 5,800 for the trailer.
So it's 59, 61, 2, 8, 62, 8, is that right?
I mean, that if you give her a vehicle right now, then she can come back for her staff salaries in 6 to 12 months in June or in winter this year.
Is that what you want to do? 62, 8 for the truck and trailer? I feel like I'm the other way, but.
I'm absolutely the other way. I'd rather pay for.
but, well, the only thing I was thinking is Nikhil said that she can get funding for other sources for the staff. Is that correct?
Yeah, they took home funding this year. It was from a motorized rec project. I'll have to pull up what the estimate was. But
Sorry, guys.
168. Use it on something on your list.
That's what we tried to do earlier. Couldn't get there. I
That,
don't know why.
okay, let's do that. I'm not opposed to that.
Explaining it, which I was confused on before, it's like, but if it's, yeah, if it's something, and then my concerns before have been.
So they got funded 146,000 from Rec Trails program. to help fund the outdoor ethics education in rural Nevada. These types of outdoor programs.
So her people are essentially funded at this point. Is that what you're saying?
I think so. That was the the rec trails program that I was involved in. Yeah.
Well, so people are funded, then let's buy the truck and move on. Put the 68.3 or 6 or whatever it is in there, let's go.
Now we need to cut $60,000. Elko Motocross is the next
Put
time.
the spreadsheet back.
Yeah, yep, I'm sharing it.
Give Elko a flat 100,000. Figure out what you want to do, spend it. If you want to go that route. You give back 89,000, we get to spread more money to people.
Okay.
To me, or yeah, for me, my next one is on that straight base and
Which line is it?
the one that's highlighted.
Oh, on 16?
Should we look at their budget?
Yeah, please.
They didn't leave much in there because it was just one line, one thing, you know, how much work they were gonna do.
Like to move our application form to an Excel spreadsheet with tabs. Budget, information, letters of support. Click, click, click.
Oh, well, this, I don't do that. All right, the majority of the project is going to single track trails and it's 133. They're not taking their 20% cut on that one. And this is the remaining project cost right here. 7619.33, and that's for the crew. Can you read that?
That's all their
Yeah,
vehicle costs.
These are the staff, I think the staff costs, right? 1 5-person crew, 10 hours per day, 2 4-day tours.
So they get any RTP money?
Not for this project, this is only.
I don't see much we can cut out of this.
What's that?
I don't see a lot we can cut.
That's one, and then this is the contractor's quote.
That's the trainer guy that's coming in?
Yes.
He needs to give us a discount. of $40,000.
I'm good on this and
Yeah.
Go back to another
Yeah,
page.
go back to the spreadsheet.
okay, I'll go. That's the easiest one for me to just pull. Yeah, 61,000 from and I'm on back.
Take the,
Why'd
take
you come up with 61K?
Because that's what we're short.
Oh, that's where we're
Yeah.
short. That doesn't leave you funding for high fives
Nope.
or Silver State race medics
Or Winnemucca.
or Winnemucca.
or Winnemucca.
No, it does leave
No,
us funding for
Winnemecca's already
Winnemucca.
in there.
Well, yeah, Winnemucca got 20, but, Logandale, MedX, and Return to Dirt are gonna get left out. I mean, so really, for me, again, it goes back to taking my emotion out of it. Return to dirt really doesn't meet our criteria, other than opportunities for other folks. I mean, how much are we really gonna get a push out of telling these folks they should register their vehicles? I mean, what's their audience that's gonna drive new registrations? I don't see that they have that audience, right?
Agree.
So, I mean, they might get somebody hooked and go out and buy a machine, but we're talking onesie twosies. It's not there. No audience. So they're out as far as I'm concerned, as well as Logandale and Race MedX. As good of operators as they are, we gotta find 61,000 that goes away. The easiest one to pick on, you're right, is Elko. So,
Yeah.
Minus another 61,000 out of Elko. They'll build the project and don't buy any equipment.
I do kind of want to just, I don't know if this is like if they're listening on here, but the return to dirt, I really like them to tie in with Navora. Try to come up with something
Yeah.
that just hits, because I
Right.
think that would be like.
Yeah.
In the OHV fund, like
Yeah.
news.
That project isn't about, or when I saw it, it wasn't so much how many categories it would hit. It's if it gets funded, that's like something in your pocket that you can show how you're
Right.
spending your OHV dollars. You're spreading it all the way around,
Goodwill.
even to these 88.
So I want them to come back, but like.
Yes.
maybe-
That's what we need in our pocket
Maybe.
next
Yeah.
6 months.
In partnership.
Maybe they could do it a little.
Get hooked up
Yes,
with
or something.
Matthew and either that or fund them for, what are they after?
Two.
They want side by side,
Oh, yeah,
a video package.
Yeah. Oh, that video package is pretty crazy. What was that?
It's 21.
$20,000 for a
Yeah.
4.5 minute video? Really?
For two.
You said take out 61,000 from Elko?
Your difference that's on the
Unfortunately,
revenue,
Yeah.
whatever that difference is, and
And,
then you come with a hard set.
and seriously, this is one of those things, I want to find a way to fund return to dirt, but today I can't. When we're this far over and they're that below the bar,
Well, and that, I like that South Dry area, but, that's a lot of money. So,
there's a ton of people go there.
is there?
Josh Drive Valley.
A lot.
Can you take like $20,000 out of the 60-inch width maintenance? Like, I feel like a lot of people can maintain 60-inch wide trails. Not a lot of people can maintain 30-inch.
Single track, yeah.
That's where it becomes hard.
But isn't this 48 to 60 in their grant is what they said?
Yeah, they're
It went 48 to 60, if I recall.
it's 48 inches wide to 60-inch wide maintenance is $90,000. Yeah.
Do you want to take that out and keep the single track?
Well,
I think you just trim this down.
Huh?
You just trim it down. Don't award 89,000 to that item. Maybe do 50,000 to that item.
And then what item do you fund?
And then you take that money and put it to another grant.
50.
So I want to cut this grant by 89,232 minus 50. Okay,
So you cut it down to 39?
Yeah, yes. $39,000 is for moderate wide maintenance.
Okay.
So you get rid of the trainer for 10,000,
Get rid of
what we talked about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting rid of,
50,000 out of the 89. So that moves us 60 to someone else.
Would that, do you think, could that have the potential to kill that project?
No, they've got phase one funding sitting
Oh, we're gonna go.
on their account.
Just a question. So can you go back to the spreadsheet now and
And put
so
some,
we can
those
see,
changes.
so we can see what that 60 does?
So 50 and 10 out of there and put 60.
this is the right one.
there's your number. There.
Okay, we gotta. Wanna add.
Minus 60,000 off this? 81. 81. So that's what this we get.
Cause you got desert pigs with that, right? Or did we have that before?
Yeah, no, we have that. So everything in the funding awarded is adding up. So now we're at 689. We got 61 left over.
So we get 60 we could put back in somewhere.
At that point, you could fund Vegas Valley and Silver State.
And high five, 2020.
Well, we're back to. Does it need?
I know, but so why do we cut money? Right? Why do we cut it away from a program that we can? get
I
by?
just think we overcut.
Oh, so we cut, for the GBI project, we cut funding because they already have $70,000 of phase one funding. And they want to do it all in one.
Okay. I guess those are questions we should ask you next go around. Like, how much do they have? Where are we at? You know, 'cause
That's all in our
that would
notes.
be a good question to do
The
during,
notes that we sent yesterday.
Whatever.
Grants were sent.
that was yesterday. Presentation. Yeah. I think I
But
had a
that's,
chance to read those on the road.
yeah, these kinds of things, that's where I need your input, is how much should I advise this or just let you guys go
Well, no,
after it?
I think you know, like you've been sitting here talking about, you know what's going on over at the RTP side,
Right?
right?
Yeah,
So you're not driving this, you're advising us, you're telling us.
that's it. I don't want to influence any of the decisions that you make.
Right.
But I can tell you the facts of what has been obligated in the past, how that the performance of those grants have been, and fortunately now on
Oh,
RTP.
okay. Sorry, I mean, don't you work for the commission?
Yeah, or take
Okay.
advice from the commission,
You take it.
take guidance from the commission.
I do have a question for the other board members that are on. Are they good with this?
Oh, yeah.
Because we.
We haven't heard anything from that.
We muted them.
No, I know you have, they just, maybe they're shy right
So, that's a good point. Our commissioners that are on the internet, are you good with this?
I'm good with it. Commissioner Parks, sorry. I'm good with all of it. I agree. I wish there was a way to fund that return to dirt. And I think if we had extra money, we would fund it. I truly believe that. But I like what you're doing. I don't see any other choice.
Well, we've got 60 there, so why don't we take 20 from Elko and put it with the 60, and that gets them pretty close. Right?
Well, we already took 80 from out, or.
Oh, we did take the 80
Yeah,
from Elko.
You chopped Elko pretty good.
Do we want to put the 60 back in Elko?
Can't do that.
That you weren't going to influence.
Just influenced me.
All right, what do we want to do with the 60? I
now. I
mean,
think you do this. Buy them a machine. They can figure out the videos. For return to dirt. That's what that 60 will get you.
yeah, well, because that'll take that 20-something thousand out.
Where do you think
think our best bang for the buck.
So on that one, I think that any big name manufacturer is gonna jump on giving these guys a machine with adaptive capabilities. We need the videos to show that OHV funded this adaptive OHVing in Moon Rocks in Nevada.
So 20, and we get bigger bang.
That would give us the videos from Generica, which you
Yeah,
were
so-
on to.
Just to follow up on the price, we have paid that exact rate version, the same videographer to work with Reno area dirt riders.
I'm going in the damn video business.
And that's actually,
20 and 20 and we're done, huh? But that gets
We have
everybody.
19 left over.
Well,
Should back to
$19 left
Roll
over.
that into the next grant. Surely there's a government fee that'll use that. Who did refund, there's $19.
You know, so that almost gets, I'm sure MedX can go find another 300. I'm sure, the four-wheelers can go find another 10.
14.
Well, but, so. Yeah. I thought we said no on the Vegas Valley four-wheelers, that they need to come back with letters of support and all that
Thought
stuff.
so too, but
Need letters of support, need Nevada business support.
Yeah, that, I mean, not that I'm,
so that funding's contingent on that,
On letter.
on the application getting completed. Letters of support,
okay,
Secretary of State, and the landowners agreement and maps. Those are the general four things that are not present in the incomplete. And so that message goes to all of them, everybody that's gonna get funding. If those are outstanding,
yep,
they have to get completed.
okay, letters of support, we need 2 of them. Right?
Right?
Okay, landowner,
Landowner agreement if they're working outside of their own property.
okay,
Maps,
we need 2 of them,
yeah,
okay.
Secretary of State.
and the Secretary of State.
And Nikhil, I believe you said that Logandale did send it after the fact. You just didn't have it in our
I
grant.
got one letter of
application.
support and the landowner letter on the 16th. And I didn't add it. I could have added
And
it.
he's established, like, he's gonna get on. Probably before the application next.
Yeah.
That's what-
It took longer than 200 million at the city.
Cause we're passionate about this.
All right.
Of course, it's only just hundreds of hours before it comes to the board of supervisors.
Yeah,
200 million.
and some refinement.
Yeah.
Should I run through the, I guess, the funding categories or funding that's going to be made? We'll read it out and then somebody needs to make a motion to pass this table as it appears here.
Okay,
Okay,
who wants to make a motion? Basically, it would just be a motion that we approve the funding that's on the spreadsheet currently. And the message to all the grantees that those 4 items have to make their application complete before they get in line. That sound like the right motion? Who wants to make it?
are there any contingencies on any of these projects that I need to add into the notes if you're gonna reflect it as something written?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I would ask that on the ones that we altered, made a reduction from the original ask down. If Nikhil, you could read those numbers off, I just want to make sure we didn't miss anything.
Actually, can I just read all of these projects?
Sure, that'll be perfect.
Okay, $20,000 awarded to Silver State Race Medics. $20,000 awarded to Logandale Trail System, Trail Maintenance and Equipment.
Yep.
$20,000 awarded to Winnemucca Motocross Association. $15,260 awarded to Nevada Off-Road Association Desert Pig Trail. $20,000 awarded to Return to Dirt Nevada for the videos. $50,000 to Nevada Trail Finder Support, hosted by Nevada Division of Outdoor Recreation. $50K. $21,312 to Gold Butte fiberglass sign installations from Cocopelli ATV Club, and we're removing funding for hotels, coolers, and miscellaneous equipment.
And all of that per diem and equipment rental stuff,
And food.
food.
Rentals, food, and coolers. Okay. All right, Elko Motocross Club Phase 2, we're funding them $128,283, and we're removing funds for a tractor and the bleachers. Okay, Great Basin Institute, South Dry Valley, OHV Trail Maintenance, we're funding them $81,197. We're reducing the amount of wide trail maintenance, and we're removing the training cost. Walker Basin Conservancy for Wilson Canyon Remediation Phase 2, $62,629, full funding. Nevada Off-Road Association Pahrump to Tonopah Trail, the cattle guard is funded at $12,000. Ride Safe, Ride Smart, OHV Safety Program, hosted by Nevada Outdoor School, is receiving $68,300. We're funding their truck, trailer, and shell.
Yep.
And their the other components are, we expect the project to be still done. Right, the education components will go through that project.
Say that again now?
Yeah, the grant is not just to buy them a vehicle. The grant is to do all of these education components, and we're paying for the vehicle.
Right.
So the reporting will include number of time spent in the classroom, everything that way.
Yeah, that would justify that vehicle's existence.
Okay. All right. City of Mesquite, we're funding $115,000 for their World Champion Trail staging area. We're removing the request for a trail dozer and trailer. And item number 7 is contingents. I'm gonna have to read. And then the last item for the motion is funding Nevada Off-Road Association Education and Outreach at $116,000.
A motion to approve this spreadsheet for funding for the grant awards round. As presented, based off requirements that we've requested. The applications be completed.
Mr. Chair, I'll second that motion. I do have in discussion, do we want to add any of your conditions that you stipulated?
That's what he said, the 4 conditions.
Oh, I missed
4
that. I'm sorry.
conditions to bring the applications to being complete.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to spell those out. Sorry.
Write that into this spreadsheet.
Well, yeah, I think it is because we spelled it out. We, on the record, what those 4
Okay.
conditions are. And Nikhil's got them written down there. And the motion said those 4 conditions that bring the application.
Perfect. I can't see very well from this angle to
No, it's
see if
not
that
on
was
there.
written on there.
It's not on there yet, Commissioner Eason, but
Thank you.
when I publish this to the public, then it will have those 4
Right.
conditions.
Just perfect. Thank you.
And so we have a second.
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion? Anybody on the interweb? Those 2 guys are awful quiet today.
They're bad.
Can't get a word in edgewise with you guys.
Okay, All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I with the abstain,
I,
I will be abstaining from the vote on the dump trailer.
Right. Okay, I think the motion passes. Perfect. Okay, public comment. Now is the time for public comment. Do we have any public comment? Seeing none, I do. I'll bring it up now because what I want to suggest, we can't make any decisions on tonight, but I think we can make our life a whole lot easier if we abandon this 10-point criteria that we've built and go back to the 9 within, or I don't know about go back to, but go to the 9 points that are in 490.069, 1 through 9. At that point, it will force these people to get familiar with what our real choice, our real mission is about. Because some of these, we can fit them into that. But if we do have one of those 9 that we think should be broken into 2, we can call it A and B or whatever we want to call it. But I think we need to look into going to a system that forces these people to be complete and understanding what our mission really is. Secondly, in the mode of complete, I want to explore the idea that if they're not complete at deadline, they're out of hand, dismissed. We're not going to consider this program's been going on long enough. And we have these repeat applications that are not complete. They come in with no plans. If they're not complete, we're not going to consider them. Thirdly, again, we can't make a decision on this, but we need to explore this MXT operation and how Navora is managing our equipment for that. I believe that is better fit as a contract, not a grant. Because as you can see, where this Navora grant is going, it's getting bigger and bigger. MXT is getting bigger and bigger, branching out because there's more competition. This is what I'm inferring into the situation. There's more competition, and they're getting better at writing the grants and being more filled out. No reason in the world we have a media person trying to put on a trash cleanup. We need to explore moving this MXT grant and Navora's administrative things they're doing for us to an administrative grant or administrative contract. And if it's structured right, because it's personal services, it doesn't necessarily have to go to an RFP. Because personal services, and I'm sure Anthony will get involved with this, making sure we get it right. Personal service contracts don't necessarily fit public bidding on them. We do that all the time at the city with certain personal services. You don't have to go to an RFP. So if that's the folks who want, we just have to get it constructed right. I think that's some things that we need to look at to make our life a whole lot easier. going on, it'll be 14 hours before we get out of this building. And north of 40 studying this stuff.
This is Anthony. I want to just echo that, yeah, I can definitely look into that under NRS 333. So we can analyze that and kind of consider that going forward for another agenda.
Right. So,
There is one more public comment. Matthew Giltner should be online.
okay, Mr. Giltner, take it away.
He's probably at home drinking beer.
Is he muted?
Yeah, he should be.
What's his phone number? I'll unmute him.
It's 9638 is what it ends in.
9638.
684-9638.
My hearing aids are shutting off.
I see him right there. He's muted.
Trying to.
Yeah, but I can't unmute him. It's on his side.
Oh.
Matthew, you're gonna have to unmute yourself. You're burning into your 3-minute public statement.
I can remove him from the meeting if you want.
Yeah.
He's probably like almost right back here. He's gonna come running in the door.
He just quit.
No, he's still on there. He's
We haven't any,
He's saying it's on my end. They can't figure out a way to let it in.
let's see here. There, how's that? I just disabled this. No?
I think so.
are you with us, Matthew?
Here, actually, let's do this. I'll just call his cell phone and he can present it through here.
Can you hear me now?
Hey, Matthew. Yeah, you're on speakerphone in this public
Yeah.
meeting.
Just kept telling me that I'm not allowed to unmute myself for whatever reason. One thing I wanted, in listening to everybody in this grueling day that we've all had, one of the issues that came up at least a half a dozen times on applications that were submitted, letters of agreement from landowners to the grant themselves would be insufficient. There were a number of applications that were moved forward that would require detailed permitting, special recreation permits by BLM or Forest Service. That was not accounted for in the grants, nor was it actually asked for in the grant application. And that is something that we should have on our radar if we're going to try and redesign the grant applications before the next period, because you could award $100,000 to Acme to do a project on BLM land, and without those permits in place, it could be years before they could get the clearance to do that. And those are things that need to be done ahead of time. And with that, I'd like to thank everybody for spending the day with us. We had a good time, and that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, so Nikhil, you'll get with Matthew and get further clarification on exactly what he's talking about there.
The
Do you
permits?
understand what he's talking about?
Yeah, I will.
Okay,
Probably next week.
How about tomorrow?
okay. Is there any further public comment to be had? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Nikhil, would you like me to turn this off here?
Yeah, go ahead and end that.
Okay, everybody, thank you.